Case number 67, 2020, State versus Measure Sibiya and 4 others. Today is the 14th of September 2022. Before Judge Maumela, appearances for the state are still the same.
As a court, this is Justice. I confirm appearance on behalf of 1 to 4, and I confirm that the appearance remain the same.
This is my lord. I confirm my appearances on behalf of accused number 5, Mshololo initial Z.
Yes. Mr. Madlala is still under oath.
Uyakhunjuzwa ke Mr. Madlala ukuthi usephansi kwesifungo busithathile sezwa. Understood, my lord.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lord, Mr. Madlala, yesterday, before we adjourned, you were describing how the deceased was lying between the TV stand and the couch, as per photo 65.
Izolo ke ubusachaza ke ukuthi umufi wayeleli kanjani ke phakathi kwalewa sofa lwana kanye naleya TV stand nanjengoba kukhombisile ke ku photo 65. Yes.
Okay. Can you just, perhaps just for record purposes, just repeat that in the position in which the deceased was lying?
Sicela uphinde iposition le ubuyitshengisile ke izolo ukuthi wayeleli ngayiphi position noma wayeleli ngayiphi indlela. Umchazela ngithi izolo yakhumbula. Yebo. Uthi ucela uphinde kumshushisi.
Wayeleli ngaleli side lele ngathi ungene phakathi kwasofa ne stand.
Okay. He was lying on this side, my lord, the witness referring to the left hand side, as if he's in between the couch and the TV stand.
Yes.
And you also described the direction in which he was facing. Can you just repeat that?
Awusiphindele ke nokuthi angithi ushilo ukuthi nokuthi wayeface noma ebheke ngakoluphi uhlangothi.
Ngathi wayebheke ngasesofeni le eka right.
I think it was, looked like he was facing the couch, which was on the right side.
If I can ask that photo 81 be shown.
Before we go there, you said he lay on his side. Which of his side?
Ngathi bebheke isofa ngalindawo bele ngalindawo.
I think it was
Ngathi
facing,
bebheke isofa kanje.
it's like he was facing the couch with this side. My lord. The side like the left, isn't it? Witness was referring to the left side.
Yes.
Can photo 81 be shown? What is your comment as far as this photo is concerned?
Uthini ke mayelana ngokubona kulesi sithombe lesi 81?
Ilo ngakhuluma ngaphambilini ukuthi igazi lakho Senzo lalingaflow kwakwamadoda inyana nje phansi kwakwama sport inyana phansi.
It's what I referred to earlier on about his blood wasn't flowing. It was just blood stains that were on the floor.
photo 82.
Laphayana?
Angisazi-ke lesi.
I don't know about this.
Isandla leza ngazi ukuthi ngangingekho-ke la ngisazi lesi.
I don't know about this, the hand, I wasn't there, so
Okay.
I know nothing about that.
It's just a close-up photo of 81.
Isithombe nje sisondeziwe saleso qeda usibona u81.
Ngiyabona phansi ukuthi ngibona nesandla esifaka i-gloves.
I can see that, but now I see this hand with a glove on.
Okay, there's the forensic expert. Now,
Laphenyike laphaya.
these blood spots, what is their position
That's
in
photo
relation?
number- Photo number,
It's photo number 81.
photo number?
82.
81, this is photo 82, my lord. If you can just go back to photo 81. Now, this
And it's 81 in exhibit?
exhibit B, my lord, page 73.
Yes.
Now, these blood spots, where were they in relation to where the deceased was lying?
Mayelana nalawa eleli khona yena umufi ne lama spot la egazi okhuluma ngawo aye kuphi nendawo malunga nala yena wayeleli khona.
Ayekhona phansi la elele khona.
It was on the floor where he was lying.
You may continue, sir, with your evidence. What happened thereafter, after seeing the deceased in that position there?
Umbona ke yena eleli ngaleya ndlela ungaqhubeka ke kwenzekani.
Emva kwalokho bese kunabanye abantu endlini. Bese kugcwele nje sekunabanye abantu endlini.
Thereafter, there were other people inside the house. It was now packed inside the house. There were other people.
Now, tell me, initially you explained or you detailed around people who were in the house, as you said. Now, when you say there were other people in the house, is it people that would have been there before you entered, or are you now talking about other arrivals?
Ubuke wachaza ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ne bekunabantu vele endlini ne manje uthi ke kubufakazi bakho bese kugcwele kunabanye abantu usho ukuthi abanye abantu laba bebevele besendlini noma kwase kufika abanye abantu.
No, abanye abantu bangaphandle. I think noma umakhelwane kodwa nje kwasekugcwele abanye abantu bangaphandle
People from outside, my lord, people who were not there. I think it was the neighbors, but the people from outside.
Yes.
Yes, you may continue.
Ungaqhubeka ke.
So emva kwalokho sazama ukumqubula cause besinda ngathi umzimba ubewudedele sazama umqubula ukuthi simfake emotweni.
Thereafter, we tried, my lord, to pick him up because he was heavy. It's like he had just, his body was he just let his body loose like that. So we tried to pick him up to go and put him inside the vehicle.
Yes.
If you say we, who are you referring to?
Uma nguthi sazama ukhuluma obani laba okhuluma ngabo.
Abanye angibazi laba besefikile.
I don't know
Ngibazi
the
laba abanye ababesefikile kodwa basiza nabo ukuthi siyomfaka emotweni.
I don't know the others who had arrived, but they also assisted us in taking him to the vehicle.
Do you remember perhaps how many of you carried him to the vehicle?
Ingabe usakhumbula ukuthi nani bangaki nina abamthatha bamsemotweni?
Angikhumbuli isibalo sasibangaki.
I can't remember the number as to how many we were.
Yes.
Do you perhaps remember how he was carried?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi wapi noma waphathwa wayephethwe kanjani?
From that spot where he was lying?
Ukusukela kuleya ndawo awayeleli kuyona.
Ngisakhumbula ukuthi ngwazi izandla mina ngangemuva ngifaka izandla kanje ningasemhlanje wakhe ngifaka izandla kanje.
I can't remember, but what I do remember, I was at the back and I was behind him, and I had my hands like this. Kanjena ngaphansi kuyena.
Because besile. Abanye bambambise ngasenyaweni.
Underneath his armpit because he was heavy, and the others were carrying him on his feet.
Yes.
Then sazama ukumfaka emotweni.
Yes, just a minute, but his torso, his body, in what position was it?
Oh, umzimba wakhe lona wawukiphi position?
Wayesinda. Yona ngikhumbula kakhulu nje lokuthi wayesinda.
What I can clearly remember is that he was heavy because it was just the body was just loose.
But Mr. Madali, do you perhaps remember whether it was kept?
I must apologize. I wish I could order the owner to leave the courthouse. Let's proceed.
Yes, as a court, please. But do you remember whether he was carried in a supine or supine position, or what the situation was?
Uyakuzwa ke lokho kusho ukuthi wayesinda ne ngabe uyakhumbula ukuthi umzimba wakhe ngendlela awayephethwe ngayo ukuthi mhlangothi othizo walibheke ngakuphi indlela nje awayephethwe ngayo
Umqondo wami ungekho lapho no so akukho lula ukuthi ngichaze yonke into wayephethe umqondo wami ungekho lapho engazi ukuthi samthatha nje samfaka emotweni inyawo zazingangeni sayifinyeza kanje sayigoqa kanje.
My mind wasn't there. I wasn't focusing on that. What I do remember is that it was heavy, and then we took him to the vehicle, and he couldn't get in, so we had to fold his legs.
Yeah.
Now, the vehicle that you are referring to, which vehicle is that?
Iphike le moto okhuluma ngayo nayo mfake emotweni ukhuluma ngayiphi imoto?
Bekile eyakhe BM la yaba ngayo.
His vehicle, the BM that he was traveling in.
And do you perhaps remember where it was parked at the time when you were putting the deceased in the vehicle?
Ngathi nimfaka emotweni usakhumbula ukuthi imoto yayipakwe kuphi?
Yebo ngisakhumbula.
Yes, I still remember.
Yes.
Kwakuphi?
Yayingasekho kule side mawungena egate mongina esikhaleni segate yahlehla bayihlehlisa yazoma la ngale side elibhalwe sipayita ngoku-white idonga yazoma ngala
Okay. It was no longer in the same position where it was parked. That is now the opening of the gate as you go inside the yard. But it was on the side where it's written in white.
If I can ask that photos 3 and perhaps photo 4 that appears on page 22 of the bundle, exhibit B is shown. Photo 4 of exhibit B. Just stop there at photo 3. Is it the original position of the vehicle where it was parked,
Ila
as you described?
ila yemikhona kuqala lapha.
ya bingale side elingala but mase elandwa mase kuzofaka usenzo bisipake ngala kule side elibhalwe sibazi bisipake ngala.
Okay, that's where it was parked on this side. But then now, when Senzo was put in the vehicle, it was parked where it's written there in white, where the witness is pointing against the wall, written in white.
Just show photo 4.
Before that, that's photo number?
Photo number 3, my lord, of exhibit B, which appears on page 22 of the bundle.
Okay.
Just show photo 4. Can you just indicate where it was parked?
Naipagila.
It was parked there, the witness referring there from that spot there.
And
That's photo number?
photo number 4, my lord, of exhibit B, that appears on page 22 of the bundle.
You said photo number?
Photo number 4, my lord, of exhibit B.
Yes.
You testify that you had to fold his legs. Can you just describe in what position he was loaded in the vehicle?
Ushilo ukuthi kwafuneka niyifinyeze into zakho. Ungasho-ke ukuthi indlela noma i-position awafakwa ngayo, he was put in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Awafakwa ngayo emotweni.
Mina ngangimuva ngithi sithi nangimuva ikhanda lakhe lalingalaphi mina umzimba wakhe ikhanda lalingalaphi umzimba wole so ikhanda lingakimi then
Okay,
center
back seat.
kuba back seat then center kuba umthobo
Okay.
then ngale kuba uzani. Yes.
Okay, we were at the back seat, my lord, and his head I was on this side, the left side, so his head was on my side. In the middle, it was Mto, and then on the right side, it was Zandi. That's how his body was laying.
Yes.
Can you just describe the position in which he was facing when he was being so loaded in the vehicle?
Ngale ndlela ke nantsho ngokusho ukuthi wafakwa ke emotweni ukuthi ke wayebheke kuphi wayeface kuphi.
Wayebheke phezulu.
Was facing upwards.
Yes.
And Do you remember how the deceased was clad on the day in question?
Usakhumbula ukuthi wayegqoke kanjani ngalelo langa lelo?
into engiyikhumbulayo wayegqoke ishort namateka ephuma I think amhlophe.
What I do remember is that he was wearing shorts, I'm shopping, and white Puma tekis.
Yes.
Earlier on, when we're dealing with photo 69, and photo 81, you described that you saw blood spots where the deceased was lying. Could you establish what caused those blood spots?
Ngaphambilini ke ngathi besibheke photo 69 no 81 ukhulume ngama blood spots. Ingabe uyazi ke noma ukhumbula ukuthi lama blood spots ayebuyaphi? Where they were from? Where
Yes.
they were from? Okay.
Yes.
Ukuthi ayebuyaphi lama blood spots?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ayiphuma kuyena usenzo because iskipper besinembobo nje.
Okay, I think that they were from Senzo because the T-shirt had a little hole. The witness indicating or pointing to the left side that it had a little hole.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Then masimfale emotweni driver okay.
Once we had loaded him into the vehicle, Kelly was driving.
Yes.
Because ngikhumbula masihamba endleleni driver imoto ishaya amahams wamkhuza lo uzani.
Because I can recall that as she was driving, my lord, she was like hitting the humps, and Zandi reprimanded her.
You mentioned earlier on that the T-shirt that she was wearing had a little hole on the left side. What was the position now as you were transporting?
Ushilo ke ukuthi iskipper lesayigqokile sasinalembobanyana ke manje ke njengoba nihamba ke seni driver ke manje i-position ibisithini?
Yes. Yes. Do you remember what was happening regarding that hole that you described?
Ngalembobanyana le ukhuluma ngayo njengoba seniyahamba ke manje usakhumbula ukuthi wakwenzakalani ke?
Kunomunye ngazi uma ngizothi usisi noma u-anti wanginika ithawula the face cloth ngathi light blue.
I remember there's this lady, she gave me a light blue face cloth, yebo,
Ngivale ngayo la.
that I had used, sorry mother,
Ngivale ngayo.
Gave him what?
a face cloth, mother.
Where did that happen?
Kwenzeka nini lokho?
I think before sisuke khona.
It was before we departed, my lord, from there. Ubusathi ke
The
ungivale ngalo kuphi?
intention of the face cloth, what was it?
Kwakuyini inhloso yakhe ke usisi noma u-anti lowo ukuthi akunikeze leyo face cloth?
Abetha ngiyibeke embobeni la.
To place it on that hole,
Igazi ne.
on that hole where the blood was coming out of from, my lord.
Yes.
Was there blood coming out of the hole?
Lalikhona igazi laliphuma lapho vele.
Yeah, I think lalikhona igazi liphuma because bekunama newspaper nala emotweni and nawo bese negazi.
I think there was blood coming out of there because there were some newspapers in the vehicle and those newspapers had blood.
Mr. Kaloi, you can hear I'm sneezing, I'm sneezing, I'm sneezing from time to time. I'm not going away. I'm just going outside to try and deal with the sneezing.
As a court, please.
So we'll adjourn for about less than 5 minutes.
As a court, please.
Mr. Matala, you still under oath?
Uyakhunjuzwa ukuthi kufungile emkhunjini.
Now, did you notice as to at which stage the blood started coming out of the hole in the t-shirt?
Ngabe waqaphela yini ukuthi ke igazi laqala ngasiphi isikhathi ukuthi liphume la kwimbobo lena kanye neskipa lesayisigqokile?
Angiqaphelanga nje because nami ngase umthoko naye wayesenegazi because nami nganginayo because ngangivale imbobo la ngiqaphelanga ukuthi laphuma ngasiphi isikhathi.
I didn't notice as to which time because Mtoko also had blood on him. I also had blood on me because I was covering where the blood was coming out of.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka ke.
Then masifika kunenye angazo isibhedlela or clinic in bathi boTsilong.
When we arrived there, I don't know whether it's a hospital or a clinic, but it's called Butsilong.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sa shuthi masifika sacela istretcher ne baletha iwheelchair.
Upon arrival, we requested for a stretcher, but instead they brought a wheelchair.
Yes.
Then sabatshela ukuthi cela basinikeze istretcher not iwheelchair.
We then informed them to bring us a stretcher and not a wheelchair.
Yes.
Then bayeza stretcher bamfaka kuso bahamba naye nebangena ngale salinda thina la emabhenchini.
They then brought a stretcher, they placed him on it, and then they left with him to the other side, and we remained waiting there on the benches.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Emva kwemzuzwana nje noma ngayazi mingaki kwase kuqhamuka yena unesi loya ephethe isithombe se-X-ray.
Okay, bambe lapho. After a while, although I don't know after how many minutes or after how long, the nurse appeared, and the nurse had a picture of the X-ray.
Yes.
Yes.
Yebo.
Wayese ecela umuntu omdala kwase kusondela umakakhe.
And then the nurse requested for an elderly person, and then Kelly's mother came forward.
Yes.
Yebo.
Lapho umakhe naye weza kithi esekhala.
Kelly's mother then came to us crying.
Yes.
Yebo.
Then wasitshela ukuthi kusenza kasekho nani so wonke umuntu wayesekhala ke nje phakathi lapho.
She then informed us that Senzo had passed away, and then everyone inside there then started crying.
Yes.
Yebo.
Then ngase sicela ukuyombona ngase ngicela mina ukuyombona ke then sahamba saboniswa.
I then requested to go and see him, and then we went. He was shown to us.
then unesi lo wangilethela amanzi nani nani because bese ngihleli kwenye indawo ngathi ikhishi nje khona lapha engihlalise khona unesi lo.
Then the nurse brought me some water because the nurse made me to sit in a place that looked like a kitchen.
Emva kwalapho
Just
ngaphinde
before
ngimtshela-
that, just before that,
Yeah.
just explain to the court when you viewed him, what happened there. What did you observe?
Tshela inkantolo ukuthi inkathi ke uyombheka noma uyombona ke naje ngoba ukuthi wacela ukuthi uyombona ukuthi ke kwenzekani.
wayilele stretching
He was lying on a stretcher.
bembozile.
He was covered.
Yes.
Yes.
Then okwesibili ke sengimbone okwesibili ngihamba ngedwa babengafuni ngangena ngenkani then wangilandela uKelly.
All right.
Mas-
When I went to view him for the second time, I was alone because they didn't want to go and view him again, but Kelly followed me. Yebo.
So mangifika elele bengikhala so ngimbuza Senzo kanti ngibizela ukuthi ngizobona lento la.
When I got there, he was lying and I was crying, and I asked him, Senzo, is this, you called me to come and see this here?
Ngaleso sikhathi
That time, where was he?
Wayekuphi ngaleso sikhathi?
Stretching.
He was on a stretcher.
ngibhekiswelele phezulu ebheke phezulu.
He was facing upwards. He was lying on a stretcher facing upwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and what did you do next? You say you spoke to you uttered certain words, and then what did you do next?
Wakhuluma naye wasemuva kwalokho wenzani?
Then khozone sibafuna siphume then ngamqabula esiphongweni ba uKelly wagumliwa because izandla zidla ne uKelly wagumliwa shilaka aliphume ka left.
The nurse by that time, or the nurses wanted us to go out. I then kissed him on his forehead, and then Kelly removed a watch because his hands were like this as he was lying on the stretcher. So Kelly removed his watch.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Emva kwaloko basisa la kulindwa khona ke emabhentshini.
From there, they took us to the benches in the waiting room.
Yes.
Yeah.
And esibhedlela besekugcwele because mangikhumbula wafika noMandisa angimazi wahamba noba uMandisa umfazi wakho sini.
Okay, ayibambe lapho. Because by then now it was packed or full at the hospital because even Mandisa arrived. I don't know who she was with. Mandisa is Senzo's wife.
Yes. Kwasekugcwele nama soccer players because imoto zayingena nje ziningi. Wangena nama soccer players.
Even soccer players arrived because there were just many cars that were driving in.
Yes.
Yeah, soccer players from which team?
A soccer player IEP team,
Our parade.
Pirates.
Yes.
So you may proceed.
Emva kwaloko ke bese ngisixakaxaka la mawungena iminyango lo amaglasi la ngaphakathi la kulindwa khona nama-bench khona because I think angazi ukumandisa bebabambana nokheli because bekunaney'nwele phansi.
Asibambe lapho ke ne. Iminyango yeglasi ngithi la kungenwa khona. Thereafter, my lord, it was chaotic. There was this chaos now. There are some glass doors at the entrance part of the hospital. I don't know, I think it was Mandisa and Kelly who were at each other, and there were even hair that was lying on the floor.
Was it hair or a wig?
Angazi noma uye uMandisa noma abangani bakhe njengoba ngisho ukuthi kwasekugcwele lapha endlini kodwa ayahamba nabangani angani abangani bakhe noma abantu ayahamba nabo because kwasekunesidaxa kudontshwana nangenwele liswa ngithi kwakuney'nwele naphansi.
Okay. I don't know whether it was Mandisa, her friends that she was with, hence I'm saying that it was just chaotic, and I also saw her that were lying down, that were there on the floor. But afuna ukwazi ke uJudge ukuthi kwakuyinwele nje noma kwakuyi-wig.
Angithi abalukayo kwehle izinto zami futhi mayiphumile yabo angazi mchazi kanjani
Nami ke
or mangadonsa lo linwele lo mntwana yabo.
Can I ask, lady, can I ask you to get up? Because you made an example. Can I ask you to get up? The witness referring to, if I were to pull this hair, my lord, so the kwakuwe lazy. Yeah, the braids, my lord. Thank you.
My lord, if we are all agreed with my learned friends, those are like hair pieces. I think Advocate Mshololo can help us.
We take what the witness said. The witness said hair. Never said hair pieces. The witness said hair. I'm actually concerned even the court when the court put the word saying wig. The witness said hair.
I never put anything, Mr.
Your Lordship, you did say, is it the hair or wig?
Mr. Tobani.
But it's what you did. You asked.
Why are you not waiting for me to?
Yeah, but Lordship, you asked him. You said, was it hair or wig?
When you
asked him.
When you're done speaking, tell me so that I speak.
Yes, I'm done. But I'm saying the witness said hair.
You're not done.
I am done.
Mr. Tobani, I asked her, was it hair or was it a wig?
Yes.
I never put a word.
No, you said that's the question you asked. You said it was hair or wig.
Am I not?
But now the witness said hair.
Mr. Tobani, am I not allowed to ask a question?
It draws inference, Your Lordship. Then,
Which inference?
one will argue when we make arguments.
You're surprising me. I'm asking him to clarify me. I said, was it hair or a wig? That's a question. What's the problem with such a question? And the answer was given.
As a court, please, really nothing tense on that. We really not to literally split hairs on this topic. We can then just move on.
I don't know where Mr. Tobani is coming from. He's accusing me of putting words. When you ask a question, you are not putting words. You are getting clarity. If it's not this, you clarify me.
I think I answered Your Lordship. I said we'll argue otherwise in the future.
Don't restrict me. Don't. What's your problem? Because I only asked, was it hair or was it a wig? Because if hair lies on the floor and it's from a person, that person might be injured on the head. That's the only clarity I needed. And I don't know where Mr. Tobani is coming from with his assumptions.
As a court, please, my lord, you may proceed.
Can I get the clarity? What was it?
As a court, please, my lord.
I
think Shensani was made to stand up and
Yes.
just to stand up again, sorry.
Okay.
Just repeat your.
Cela uphinde lokho okushilo.
So if I pull one of these,
Ayungaphuli hey.
Okay.
Uthi ke uma edonsa okunye kwalokho.
kuzosaline kuphume lokhu angithi.
The hair will remain and this would come out, my lord.
Can you explain for the record what she's showing?
My lord, the witness is referring to the braids. And they says if he pulls the braids will fall and then the hair will remain.
Yes, you may continue.
Usungaqhubeka ke mfethu.
Mase kubuyele endlini ke umthoko wasala. I think because kwakumele siye epartini yaka Mahamutsa esaningini.
Yaka?
Yaka Mahamutsa,
Oh, okay. So uthi umthoko wasala esibhedlela.
wasala because I think nabantazana nabo ahamba nabo.
All right. What happened, my lord, is that I think Mtogo stayed behind at the hospital because we were supposed to have attended Roy Mahamutsa's party. So I think there were some people that he knew. So he stayed behind with those people. Ubize igama ngithi ukuthi iphathi ka Roy Mahamutsa izoba kuphi? Izoba kuphi?
Esaningini.
Sunning Hill. Yeah, we're supposed to attend Roy Mahamutsa's party in Sunning Hill.
And just explain to the court who's Mr. Roy Mahamutsa.
Roy Mahamutsa ubani?
Omunye umdlali wayedlalela iPirate
He
malisikhathi.
was one of Senzo's teammates at Orlando Pirates at the time.
And if you say Mtogo, are you referring to Mtokozi Zitwala?
Ukhuluma ngomthokozi sithwala uma uthi umthoko angithi.
Yebo umthokozi sithwala.
That is correct.
And when were you supposed to attend this party of Mr. Roy Mahamutsa?
Le party lena nanizoya nini kuyona le ka Roy Mahamutsa?
Kwakumele siye ngayo Sunday.
On the Sunday, we were supposed to have gone on the Sunday.
So, please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the short adjournment? And were the doors, all the doors of the vehicle closed when you're transporting him to hospital?
Ngalesikhathi nihamba naye-ke nimsa esibhedlela zayivalwe zonke iy'gabha zemoto?
Yebo zayivalwe zonke.
Yes, all of them were closed.
And do you perhaps remember how Kelly's mother got to the hospital?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi uMakakheli yena wafika kanjani esibhedlela?
Angazi ukuthi wafika kanjani.
No, I don't know how she got there. I don't know.
Yes, sir, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka.
You mentioned that Mtokozi Zitwala remained at the hospital. What happened to you?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi uMthoko wasesala ngasemuva-ke nesibhedlela kwenzekani-ke ngawo?
Kuno munye u-anti ohamba ngemoto eyi-Corolla, Toyota Corolla.
Okay.
I think lo wanginika ithawula ne.
Okay, ngaphambi kokuthi phambili uma ukhuluma ngo-anti ukhuluma ngani? Sikhuluma ngomuntu omdala, sikhuluma ngomuntu olekelela endlini, sikhuluma ngani?
Umuntu omdala kunami.
Okay. There is this lady older than me who was traveling in a Toyota Corolla. And it's the same lady that gave me the face cloth.
Ngabuyisana naye mina.
Okay.
Ukubuya esibhedlela because umuntu wangazi wasala wenze njani nalaba abanye.
Because I don't know what Mtogo did when he remained behind, and when I went back now from hospital, I went back with this lady. Wahamba no mama lo.
Yes.
So you went back with her to where?
Uhamba naye nibuyela kuphi?
Sibuyela endlini la besikho.
Back to the house where we were.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka.
Masibuyela endlini sifike sekugcwele amaphoyisa sekunama danger tape. Then bathatha namafoni ethu.
Okay. Ama-danger tape yini? Angizwe kuwe. All right. When we got back to the house, my lord, they were full of police, and they had cordoned off, and they also took our cell phones. Confiscated our cell phones.
If I can ask that photos 1 and B of Exhibit A be shown. My lord, they appear on page 6 of the Exhibit Bundle A. Can you mentioned that the place was cordoned off. Can you just describe what appears in the photo?
Usushilo-ke ukuthi amaphoyisa ayesefake ama-danger tapes, usungasho ukuthi ubonani kulesa sithombe?
Bekufake wona lawa ngathi lapha lombhalo omnyama la.
Those, I'm referring to those tapes, the ones, the yellow one, which with some, right, it's written on in black, witness pointing to the yellow tape, my lord, around the wall. Photo 1.
Yes.
Yeah, you can carry on. When you got there, just tell us step by step what happened when you got to the house.
Sicela-ke manje-ke ngokulandelelana-ke ungajahi-ke ukuthi nifikileke endlini kwase kwenzekani ngokulandelelana.
You get out of the vehicle, you realize the place is cordoned off. What happens next?
Niphumile emotweni, nifike nema-ke, naphuma emotweni, nabona-ke ukuthi kufakwe lawo ama-tapes, nenzani?
Singenile ne. Saya endlini ngaphakathi.
We went inside the house.
Were there other people inside the house?
Babekhona abanye abantu ababengaphakathi endlini.
babekhona bekugcwele bekhona abantu abamngenyawo namaphoyisa ephethe ibhamu.
Yes, my Lord, it was full. There were people that were standing on their feet, and there were police that were carrying firearms.
Are you referring to the people inside the house?
Sikhuluma ngaphakathi endlini.
Yes, bakhona amaphoyisa engaphandle kukhona nangaphakathi.
Yes, there were police outside, there were also police inside.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Bekhona nenye indoda nje le ndoda bathi umfundisi le cause iyangisa ekamereni yongithandazela. Cause bengikhala ngaleso sikhathi.
There was another man as well, and I was told that this man was a pastor because he took me to the bedroom to go and pray for me because I was crying at the time.
Yes.
Which room?
Kuliphi kamera?
I think ile first rule le lokuqala leli la leli bengichazise beqala ngithi kwangena ukhelukula bo leli mophume eminyango wasethi I think leli la kuqala.
I think it's the first bedroom that I earlier on referred to, my Lord, just as to come out of the dining room. The first one where I earlier on said that Kelly went into.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Bathatha ne statement ke because khona ile thatha statement but angeke ngalikhomba ngomkhomba.
They also took statements because there was this one who was taking statements, but I won't be able to point that one out.
Yes.
Yes.
Then after that sa escortwa sisiya eMalbati.
Thereafter, we were then escorted to Malbatin.
Yes.
Yeah, just before that, Mr. Madala, when you came back from the hospital and went into the house, for how long did you stay in the house?
Nibuyileke esibhedlela nangena phakathi endlini, ingabe nahlala noma nachitha isikhathi esingakanani phakathi endlini?
Yeah, wahlala endlini. Wahlala before sabe.
We spent time before we left.
Ngisho isikhathi ukuthi isikhathi nganani but kwahlala.
Although I'm not certain about the time as to how long was the time, but we spent time at the house, or in the house.
Yes.
And did you go straight into that bed, the first bedroom, when you came back from the hospital and remained there for the rest of the time, or what was the position?
Ingabe kwenzeka kanjani wathi uma ngaba nifika senibuye esibhedlela ungena kwakho nje wangena waya kulelo kamera lelo oqeda usitshela ngalo ukuthi wayothandazela kulona wahlala lapho noma kwenzekani?
No, angifikanga sometime ngabe ngine because ngangakamazi nalo umfundisi ukuthi umfundisi.
No, it's not a matter of immediately when we arrived I went into that room, because by then I didn't know that pastor or that person was a pastor.
Yes.
Yes.
Because mabethatha amafoni bawathathela eminyango baphethe plastic. Mabethatha amafoni wethu bawathathela bengisemnyango ngaleso sikhathi.
Because when they took the phones, or when they confiscated the phones, they were at the door and they were carrying a plastic.
Which door?
Besingasemnyango, besingasetongeni mos emnyango, etongeni la ebekupake khona imoto mayithatha usende besingalapho.
Okay, we were at the next to the wall, that is the wall that is close to the door when they took the cell phones.
Which door are you referring to?
Umuphi nomnyango okhuluma ngawo?
Mawuphume le side elingala not emnyango. Bebe semnyango hayi umnyango door ngaphandle outside.
Okay.
Bebe la ingala kwa imoto yahlehlela khona la kubhala uspaza ngakhona.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
on the side
Another.
that is, that has the white writing or inscription on.
So this
Okay,
person
the point.
who took the phones was outside the house,
Wayengaphandle nje,
but
yeah.
on the side where we see some writing in white.
Lapha lokho namhlophe angithi.
Yes,
That's correct, my lord.
somewhere around
Somewhere
la.
around
Ukuthi
there.
ubonda kodwa nje la ngaphakathi.
But
Now, at which stage were the phones confiscated?
ama-phones athathwe nini?
I think sathatha sesibuya esibhedlela, sathatha sesibuya kwami sisenze esibhedlela I think.
It was when we came back from hospital.
So was it immediately when you entered the premises that the
Ingabe ni-
phone were confiscated?
Niphume nje emotweni nangena ngaphakathi egcekeni kwabe sekuthathwa ama-phones noma kwenzeke kanjani?
Angisakhumbulile
I
but
can't
impumla
recall.
umuntu wathatha amafoni besemnyango because bephethe iplastic evalwayo sawafaka phakathi kuyo leyo plastic leyo.
I can't recall or remember well, but the person, as I said, stood outside, and that person had a plastic one that you are able to seal, and took our cell phones and placed it inside there.
If you say our cell phones, who are you referring to?
Uma uthi ama cell phones ethu ukhuluma wobani?
Eyami yathathwa if ngikhumbula kahle yami eyakakhile enye
If I remember correctly, it was mine, it was Kaylee's,
eyakazandi ne
Zandi's.
umthoko wayithathwa ngakho because akabuyanga nathi.
Ntogo's cell phone was not confiscated because he did not come back with us.
Yes.
You explained earlier on that you were using crutches as you had a plaster cast on. Correct?
Kushilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi wawusebenzisa ama-crash ngoba wawunokhonkolo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, when you went to the hospital, did you take your crutches along?
Nkathi ke uhamba noma nihamba niye esibhedlela, ngaba ama-crash akho wahamba nawo?
No angwathathanga ama-crash.
No, I didn't take them.
Angwathathanga.
Yes, just explain.
Ucela ke ukuthi uchaze.
Ayephansi ne because angithi njengoba ngisho ukuthi uzani babeshaya ngawo lo munye umuntu ne lo mfishane.
Alright, ke bamba lapho. My crashes were on the floor. As I previously explained that Zandi, they were using them to assault the short guy. Okay, busaqhubeka.
Yeah.
Asilinde.
Yes, you may continue.
Nokhonkolo engangufakile ngangofaka ngonyawo lonke. Kwakuyilo munye omkhulu wodwa ofake ukhonkolo. Ukuthi uhamba so kuzubamba ukuthi ungaphumi konke ngangilimele kulo munye omkhulu waka right.
As
Not
well
ukuthi
as
ngangakwazi ngisho ukuhamba.
it's not a matter of that I was unable to walk, because even the plaster cast that I had on was not for the entire foot, but it was just for the big toe, just to hold the big toe.
Yes.
Now, if you say the crutches were on the floor, which floor are you referring to?
Uma uthi ke ama-crash aye phansi, usho phansi kuphi?
I think ayese kitchen.
I think they were.
Kitchen.
I think they were in the kitchen.
At what stage were they at the kitchen?
Kwakungasiphi isikhathi noma ayesekitchen nini?
Angisakhumbuli kahle but ngabuza ukuthi because ngabuza ukuthi ngiwathathe kwathiwa ngingawathathi.
Okay, I can't remember well because I asked or I inquired whether I could take them, and then I was told not to take them.
When did you ask? After returning from hospital or before?
Wabuza ngaphambilini kokuthi niye esibhedlela noma senibuyile esibhedlela.
Ngathi sibuyile esibhedlela I think.
When we came back from hospital.
By whom?
Ubuza kubani?
I think omunye wamaphoyisa ayekhona lapha endaweni.
I think it was one of the police officers present there.
Yes.
Then after I guess
Yes. And did you make any observations there in the kitchen upon your return?
Ingabe ekubuyeni kwenu ke kukhona nje wakubona lapha ekitchen kathi senibuyile ke manje esibhedlela.
into engayinothisa phansi noma ngingazi kwakuyisiphi isikhathi into engayinothisa phansi kwakunesiqongo.
What I noticed, which was on the floor, there was a head,
Nawo lama crutches futhi la.
as well as the crutches.
Yes.
Yes.
Yebo.
And where was the head?
Sasekuphi isigqoko leso?
Sasiphansi ekitchen.
It was on the floor in the kitchen.
And which head was this? Are you able to describe it?
Ungakwazi ukuthi kwakuyisiphi isigqoko lesi ungasithatha?
Bekuyisigqoko esisikotshi esincane amasinamabala amnyama na black. I mean amnyama na white.
It was this small Scotch hat which had black and white colors.
Yes.
And do you know how it happened to be there on the floor?
Uyazi ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi sibe lapho phansi?
Angazi ukuthi kwenzakala kanjani kodwa indoda yangena le ndoda uyigqoke ijacket le nesigqoko.
I don't know how it happened that the head was there on the floor, but the man that came in that was wearing the jacket as well as the head.
Yeah, once again explaining, you say the man, who are you referring to?
Uma ukhuluma ke ngendoda eyangena ukhuluma ngobani?
Ngale mfishane beyenza ama thread.
The short one with the dreadlocks.
Yes.
Yes, you may continue.
Usungaqhubeka.
I think leso sigqoko mhlambe bekuphilwe ngakuyona because iye yangena endlini igqoke leso sigqoko lesiphethe isibaba.
I think that head maybe belonged to him because he's the one that came into the house wearing that head, carrying a firearm.
So who are you referring to, just for record purposes?
Ukhuluma ngobani?
Uma ngale ndoda emfishane beyenza ama thread.
I'm referring to the short man with the dreadlocks.
Yes.
Yes, you may continue.
Usungaqhubeka ke?
Masuka ke lapho sekukwenzele sasuka sa angimazi lo muntu wes export osigadile saya la bekuhlala khona uSenzo noKhele mali bathi.
From there, I don't know this person that was kept guard over us and also escorted us to Malberton, where Kelly and Senzo were staying.
But wayimpofu nje ebusweni kodwa ikhanya kakhulu angazolikalada but wayimpofu ebusweni. Ngomuntu bese-escort wakasikhathini. Wayikhanya kakhulu wayimpofu.
This person, my Lord, I don't know whether a person was colored or what, but it was very light in complexion.
Was he a civilian? Was he a police officer?
Kwakuwumuntu nje noma kwakuyiphoyisa?
Anginalo ulwazi ngalapho.
I have no knowledge of that.
Did you say he was in civilian clothes?
Waye ingaba impahla wayegqokile, wayegqoke impahla zakhe noma
Eish. Angisakhumbuli kahle
I can't recall.
I-complexion yakhe ukuthi bekakhanya ebusweni.
I can't remember well, my Lord, but the only thing I can remember is the person's complexion, that the person was light in complexion.
And when you left for Malberton, what happened to your crutches?
Kwenzekani-ke amakrashi akho nkathi senihamba-ke manje niya eMalberton?
Ama-crutches athathwa.
They were taken?
Yeah, athathwa.
At which stage?
Athathwa nini?
I'm not sure athathwa nini because mabe bawabuyisa sengise bawabuyisa nini? Bawathatha after some time. Sakhumbula ukuthi bawabuyisa nini but ngasayina sebewabuyisa but bese ngisedebe ngasayina sebewabuyisa. I think ngisanayo nencwadi leyo. I think isakhona nencwadi yawo esedebeni.
I'm not certain about the time, but when they were returned, I was already in Durban, and I also signed, my Lord, when they were returned. I still have the document with the signature were reflecting that they were returned.
But when you left for Malberton on the night in question, did you take them along or what was the position?
Ngalesi sikhathi senihamba-ke niye eMalberton, ingaba wahamba nawo noma kwenzekani?
Angisakhumbuli noma ayikhona.
I can't recall or remember whether they were there or not.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know if photos were taken there on the premises?
Notisanga lo ngaze ngibone lo ngizange
I
ngibone.
didn't notice that. I never saw that.
If photo 4 can be shown there of Exhibit A, that appears on page 7 of the bundle, my Lord. Photo 4. Also, photo 5.
Precisely, Your Lordship. Your Justice. Precisely what I was raising yesterday. The photo that the state trying to show now, it is leading, because this witness could not answer the previous question that was asked by the state. The state, by showing this photo, wants to lead the witness. With due respect, yesterday, Your Lordship, when I objected to this showing of the photos, the state replied and said that the album must be provisionally admitted because they will call the witness. What I heard from the Honorable Court was that, I'm not sure whether the court said yeah or okay, but I'm not sure whether the court agree with the state that they must be accepted provisional or not. I expected the court to make a ruling whether the question must be allowed and the photos are accepted provisionally. Now, the witness was asked the question. He is evasive in his own examination in chief. He could not answer that question. The state, by showing the photo, he wants to lead the witness. It was going to be understandable if it is the defense that asked that question, and under re-examination, the state shows the photos. In this moment, definitely, it doesn't need a rocket scientist to see that the state is leading this witness. As the court pleases.
Mr. Baloyi,
Well, firstly, my lord, the exhibits that the state is referring to are contained in Exhibit A. That's Sergeant Musia's photo album. He has testified. So I don't know on what basis my learned friend is objecting against that.
Your Lordship, whether it's album A or B, let's say it's A. It's taken, it's A. It was not compiled by this witness, Your Lordship. Now, the most important thing, the gist of it, this witness was asked a question he could not answer. Then the state produces a photo that will lead to the witness to be able to answer that question. As the court pleases.
My lord, without belaboring the point, the objection of my learned friend was based on the fact that the person who compiled the photo album has not yet testified. Now we are saying this photo album was compiled by Sergeant Musia and he's already testified. Now he is saying this witness did not compile the photo album. We submit, my lord, that this exhibit has been proven, the witness has testified. And secondly, the witness has referred to his scratches that he saw on his return from the hospital. He also mentioned a hat, and he's described it that he saw from the hospital. So all that the state is doing, my lord, is to show him a photo, to ask him to comment on the photo. That is all. The witness has already referred to those exhibits. We submit, my lord, that it's a perfectly permissible question, my lord.
I rule that the question is allowed.
As the court pleases, my lord, if you can have a look, photo 4 and photo 5. Can you show photo 5? Can you describe to the court what appears on photo 5?
Chazela ke inkantolo ukuthi ubonani ke kulesi sithombe u5.
Ya iwo lawa ama-crutches wami. Elinye lama-crutches wami la.
That's one of my crutches, the witness pointing to.
Because ngikhumbula mangifika mawumnyango ngedanini. Bekunehitha la bengwanciso ebondini. Kunehitha la phansi. Khumbula kahle mangifika.
Because I remember when I just got there, when I arrived there, there was a heater there, and I just placed them against the wall there. So the witness was still saying that the witness is pointing to an item that is on the floor on picture 5 and saying that that's one of his crutches.
And that's photo number
5, my lord.
Photo number 5, my lord.
of exhibit.
Exhibit A, Sergeant Musia's album.
Isigqoko naso besikhona ukuthi angiboni kahle lesi ukuthi sinjani.
The head was also there, just that I can't see.
ukuthi injani.
I can't see properly as to how this one looks like,
Lesi isikotshi esincane sinamabala amnyama namhlophe.
because that one was a head that was scotch-like, which had a small one which had black and white colors.
Yes.
Photo 6. I'm sorry, my lord.
Yeah, be clear. Are you saying it's the head you saw? Because you are saying at the same time it had black and white colors. When you look at that, does it look like the head you saw on that day?
Uma ubheka lesi ngabe siyafana yini nalesi owawusibonile wena?
Ngaqala nisikhombise simile because umuntu obekangena endlini wayesigqoke siso. Manje wasesibheke phezulu. Angazi noma ngasibona yini masimile
I
sonke.
don't know whether I'll be able, because now the manner in which it appears on the photo is not the manner in which the person had it on when he entered the house. So if the head can be turned, my lord.
Yes?
Photo 6. Can you describe to the court what appears on the photo?
Ngachazela inkantolo ukuthi yini elal photo 6.
Ma crutches nasi isigqoko.
The crutches as well as the head.
If you say the crutches, how many crutches are they?
Liyi-one.
It's one
It's one of my crutches.
of my crutches.
Yes.
Naso isigqoko lesi.
As well as the head. That's pointing to the head.
Yeah. If you say as well as the head, what? Can you just elaborate?
Ungachaza-ke uma uthi naso-ke isigqoko lesi.
Ya bekhona nesigqoko but angisiboni kahle lesi akubisona yini kodwa bekhona nesigqoko phansi.
Yes, there was a head on the floor, but I'm unable to see properly whether this is the head.
Yes?
Yes. Thank you. Do you remember more or less what time you left the premises for Malberton?
Usakhumbula
Oh, just before that, what you only pointed to one crutch there. What happened to your other crutch?
ukhombeke icrash eyodwa laphayana. Kwenzekani ngenye icrash yakho?
Angazi kwenzekani ngelinye sithi bengishilo ukuthi isikhathi ngiyena la nje umuntu wayeliphethe uzandi ne engambona ephethe crutches ne.
I don't know.
I think belikhona endlini but bengazi ukuthi linda.
I don't know what happened to it, since I explained earlier on that the person that was carrying them, or that was carrying it, was Zandi. So I think it was around the house, but I don't know where precisely.
The person was carrying it was who?
Zandi, my lord.
Uzandi.
Who was carrying what?
Or a pattern
Wayephethe iyona crutches eshanga ngayo.
who had the crutch and assaulting the person.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed. Do you remember more or less what time you left the premises for Malberton?
Usakhumbula ukuthi isikhathi nahamba ngaso senisuka laphayana niya eMalberton.
Angingayisho ngesikhathi but kwakuseyintatha. Thatha ukuthi angingayisho ukuthi ngesikhathi exact time ukuthi.
I'm not certain about the exact time, but it was in the early hours of the morning.
Yes?
And how did you get to Malberton?
Nafika kanjani ke eMalberton?
Njengoba sengisho escort on.
As I've already mentioned that we were being escorted,
Yes. But which vehicle were you using?
Nanihamba ngayiphi imoto?
Sasamba nge-BM, yeah. Sasamba nge-BM, yes.
I think we were traveling in the BM.
Yes, which BMW?
Yiphi
Le
yona?
yakaSenzo.
The one belonging to Senzo.
And who were the occupants at that stage?
Obani ababephakathi ngaleso sikhathi leso?
I think besiba 4 because ngikhumbula uKelly athi angeke sahlala lo angeke sahlala amuzi uzothengisa. I think besiba 4 because noma wakhe walala khona. Salala oil sayani sonke noma wakhe nomntwana eMalbathi.
I think there were 4 of us because I also remember Kelly saying that she won't be able to stay in that house anymore. She was going to sell it, and I think the mother was there as well as the child,
No Zani.
as well as Zandi.
And who was driving the vehicle?
Qhutywa ubani imoto?
Okay.
Ubani eshayela?
Okay.
It was Kelly.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okunye ngikhumbula amaseMalbathini. Wafika amaphoyisa.
The other thing that I do remember was we were in Malbatin. The police arrived.
Then mawungena egate awuvela ungene kunama security angidlapha kuyanda.
When you gain access to the gate or when you get into the gate, you don't just go in because there are securities there.
Yes.
Yebo?
So I think bafonele endlini la besikhona ukuthi ngamaphoyisa la ini.
I think they contacted or they called the house where we were to inform or to inform that there were police there.
Then uKelly wathi abangawavulile.
And then Kelly told them not to open for the police. Okay, let's leave it.
Do you know who called?
Uyazi ukuthi ubani wafona efonela endlini lana nikhona?
Ngokucabanga abantu basegate before umuntu angene egate angeke angene ungacontactanga wena.
I think it was the people at the gate because according to my knowledge, my lord, when you are at the gate, they won't just allow you in before them contacting the house or the people you are going to.
My lord, just for the flow of the evidence, I didn't establish for my learned friends if they'll object to that hearsay evidence. If they've got no objection, we can just allow the witness to testify about that, my lord.
Can you come again? I didn't hear you.
I didn't establish for my learned friends if they have any objection against this evidence. If they don't have any objection, we can just allow the witness about what Ms. Kelly Kumalo said.
Yes.
Your Lordship, we don't have objection as long as Ms. Kelly Kumalo will be called by the state as the witness.
My lord, all the state needs to do is to inform the courts and ask that the portion of that evidence be provisionally accepted because Ms. Kelly Kumalo will be called to testify as the court pleases me.
As a court, please, my lord, there's a provision that we can by consent.
Come again.
I'm saying in terms of the Hearsay Act, if the defense consent to the evidence, it can go in. That's what I was trying to establish, whether it can go in by consent.
Yeah, but you had they
Yes.
give provisos.
As a court pleases, in that case, then we'll just request that the evidence be provisionally allowed in terms of the other subsection of the Hearsay Act. Yes, you may proceed.
Since bekade awungavulela amaphoyisa angazi ukuthi agcine angene kanjani ngaphakathi.
Seeing that she had said or informed the person not to allow the police in, I don't know as to how the police ended up gaining access.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, you spoke of being escorted
Yes.
from the Kumalo house in Foslores to Malberton. Who was escorting you?
Angithi uzwile singaphendula.
Ile ndoda empofu engikhuluma ngayo engingayazi. The only thing engayikhumbula ukuthi ayamba nge-BMW e-white.
Okay. It's this man I referred to that was light in complexion, unknown man that was light in complexion. The only thing that I can recall, my lord, is that he was traveling in a white BMW.
Yes.
And when you got to Malberton, what happened to this vehicle that was escorting you?
Nathi ke uma senifika eMalberton, le moto ke enye escorta. Kwenzekani ngayo?
I think baphindele emuva because yayingasekho umuntu odrayiva phela ngaphakathi. I think babuyele emuva.
I think they went back because inside the person who was driving it wasn't there. So I think they drove back.
Yes.
Yes, you may continue. You say the police gained access to the premises in Malberton. What happened?
Usungaqhubeka ke uthi awazi ukuthi agcine ngena kanjani amaphoyisa usungaqhubeka ke usuka lapho.
Mayisangenile lamaphoyisa shouldma meza I think bawabone ezawabona kelo or something because since atacisha ugesi mayise because ayiselunguza afuna ukulunguza ngama-blind.
Okay. When the police were now inside, and as they were, I think Kelly must have seen them, and because they wanted to peep through the blinds, and that's when she instructed that the electricity should be switched off. Kelly, what happened?
Yes.
Yes, you may continue.
Yeah.
Then after we switch off ugesi angazi ukuthi wafonela abani okwenzakalani because ngathi waphuma i-order thizeni because bavele bahamba futhi nalabantu labo.
Awazi ukuthi ubani wafonela bani?
I think uyena ukheli wafona
Okay,
ngazi
yeah,
ukuthi bekafonela.
ngifuna leyo ndawo. Okay, ngifuna leyo ndawo. Because after the electricity was switched off, I don't know who did Kelly call, and then I think that a certain order then came out, and then they just left.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo, ngaqhubeka mfethu.
So then amaphoyisa abuyele ahamba ke.
Then the police left the premises.
Abuye wasitshwa on ugesi ke.
Then the electricity was switched on again.
Yes, you may proceed.
Angingayishosho ngamalanga ukuthi kwakweliphi ilanga but while ngisakhona eMalberton kuke kwafika uChico Dwala.
I'm just not sure about the day, my lord. But whilst I was still in Malverton, Chico Twala arrived.
Yeah, just a minute. Yes.
Yeah.
Shuthi uKelly ngoba uKelly wayekhala kulawo malanga le nami ngingekho right shuthi uye watshela uChico ukuthi no umngane wakaSenzo lona.
Okay. Because Kelly was crying within those days, and I was also not well. So she's the one who informed, that is now Kelly, informed Chico that this is Senzo's friend.
And
Yebo.
can you just explain who's Mr. Chico Twala?
Umukhuluma ngoChico Twala ubani?
Ubaba waka Longo.
Longo's father.
Yes.
Yebo.
Okunye okuningi ngamuzwa ekhuluma noKelly embuza ukuthi akafuni ukuthi aye holding or something phesheya nani.
I heard him speak to Kelly, inquiring from Kelly if she wasn't interested or didn't she want to go overseas for some holiday.
Is it good?
And, Your Lordship, the reason why I stood up, I'm not disrespecting the officer of the court who is interpreting. The witness said, I have benefit of the language. Kelly to go in,
I can't hear you.
take Kelly to go in hiding overseas, not on vacation.
The witness is shaking his head.
So mnumzwana ungizwanga kahle.
You didn't hear me properly, sir.
Ngithe
I said-
wambuza ukuthi akafuni yini ukuye holding.
I said he asked her if she didn't want to go on holiday.
Khulumanga ngokucasha.
I never spoke about hiding.
That's the court, please.
So Advocate Shilolo was also on her feet. I don't know if she wants to object.
Yes.
My lord, I just wanted to confirm if the state will be calling the Chico Twala because the witness had. Thank you, my lord.
As a court, please, my lord, should it become relevant, we will consider that may that evidence be provisionally allowed, just to facilitate the presentation of the evidence, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, you may continue.
Okunye ngakumamela because uChico Twala wabasefonini.
Yes, so you don't need to go into details.
Ungafaki kimi ungasudalula kimi imininingwane.
Yes. You arrived there at Malverton. Did you spend the rest of the night there at Malverton?
Specifically him or the group?
Yes, you and the people that you've mentioned.
Nafika ke khona lapho eMalbertine ingabe ke nasenchitha ke ubusuku khona lapho noma?
Ya as umuntu wayevele evakashele khona ngalala khona nomthongo futhi hayi ngoba ngangidlela ubuthongo babungafiki. But ngangivakavele ngivakashele khona eMalbertine.
Yes.
Ayikho enye indawo engangalala kuyona ngaphandle kwale ndawo ngangivakashele kuyona.
Yes, my lord, because the place that I originally came to visit was Malbertine, so I slept there. But it was not a matter of like I slept because I couldn't sleep, as in like in sleep and I couldn't sleep, be fast asleep, my lord. So there was no other place where I could have slept except Malbertine.
Was it your first time in Malberton?
Kwakuyihlandla lakho lokuqala eMalberton?
Cha kwangasilo qala kwakuyilesibili.
No, my lord, it was my second time.
Yes.
Yes, you say it was not for the first time. What were the circumstances of the first visit?
Nanjengoba usho-ke ukuthi kwangas lona ihlandla lokuqala uya khona eMalberton. Okokuqala uthi kwakuwesibili manje. Okokuqala-ke wawuye kanjani noma osuke yini?
Ngingachaza lokuthi ngaphambilini ukuthi usenzo uyangifonela athi angize nje.
I mentioned this previously, that Senzo used to call me and ask me to come to him.
So the first visit was when the deceased was still alive.
Ukuya kwakho kuqala-ke wayesaphila?
Ya wayesaphila.
Yes, he was still alive.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka.
What happened then further?
Kwenzekani?
Khona la isake saya khona kuze into enzeke kudala ne. Khona la saya khona siyokwenza silanda amaphoyisa because besinokulanda amaphoyisa ne. Abese suggest ukuthi ukhilasha imoto.
Okay,
yeah,
because this happened long ago, there was an occasion when we were fetched by the police and we went somewhere. And during that occasion, the police told or instructed Kelly to leave Senzo's car.
Do you remember when that was?
Usakhumbula ukuthi kwakunini?
Ningabe ngithe angikhumbula ama date kakhulu because lento yenzeke I think 7 years back or 8 years back. Angikhumbula ama date but ngiyazikhumbula nezinye izinto ezaziyenze because saye kokwenza ID parade kudala ngalana ukuthi kuphi lapho.
Hence I said that I'm unable to recall or remember the dates, but I just remember some of the things that happened. And this happened about 7 or 8 years ago. And we also went to attend to an ID parade, but I don't know where.
Yes.
So the time when Kelly was asked to leave a vehicle behind was at the occasion where you were going for an ID parade.
Ngabe ngalesi sikhathi lesi kuthiwa kuKelly akashiye imoto ngasemuva, ingabe yile nkathi le enaniye kwi-ID parade ngayo?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngikhumbula izinto ebezenzeka ama date angikhumbula ukuthi ingalelo langa because sike sakodweba nale ndoda le yama-dread.
Okay,
so angazi ukuthi iliphi langa lapho because wagoloza ukushiya imoto wathi imoto yababongani yakhe.
All right. My lord, hence I said that I'm unable to remember the dates, but I'm able to remember the incident or the things that happened. Because there was even a day where we had to go and make a sketch or draw this person with a sketch of this person with the dreadlocks. And I can also remember that she refused to leave the vehicle and said that that vehicle belonged to the father of her child.
What did you say about the face?
Ukhona into oyikhulumile ngobuso? Usebenza.
Sike salanda futhi siyochaza lo muntu owenza ama-dread ukuthi ube kanjani.
Okay. We were fetched, my lord, to give a description of the person with the dreadlocks.
Ukuthi wena ubone ini, wena ubone ini.
So we were asked individually, what did you see? What did you see?
Yes.
Because we will get to that in a while. What we're trying to establish in the morning, what happened.
Sizama nje ukuthi
You
sazi
spend the night there, what happens in the morning.
nalala khona laphayana kwase kwenzekani ke ekseni.
Bekuleke kufika abantu nje endlini.
People
Kufika abantu endlini because omunye wabantu abafika ngimaziyo kunomfana abathi bani akhumzi or bani.
Bambe lapho. People kept on coming to the house, my lord, because there's also this guy that arrived there. I think it's Akumzi.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's put it to this way. Did you make a statement in this matter?
ingabe sikhona yini statement owasenza mayelana nalo daba?
Ukuthi bekuleke kufika abantu endlini.
Statement uzama ubuza
Ukuthi
umuntu
ngasenza about ini.
about lokho kwenzeka ngamayelana konke kwenzeka.
Abantu ababengenza i-statement, ababengibuza i-statement isikhathi esiningi. Angazi ngayibeka kanjani, angifuni ukuba disrespectful but abebengabuzi like each and everything eyenzeke ngaphandle, bebebuza lento eyenzeka kakhulu endlini.
Okay. My lord, the people that were asking me about statements, I don't want to be disrespectful, but the people that were asking me, they were not asking me much about what had happened outside, but they asked me about what was happening inside the house.
No. We hear that. We hear that. But the question is whether you ever made a statement.
No.
Whatever it was about, whether it was about what happened outside or inside, did you make a statement which was then made known to you to be a statement?
About this matter, about le ukuthi kwangena umuntu emalbathini or statement is about lento le.
This is not clear about the
Yes.
statement in Malbertin, about this matter, about someone came in Malbertin.
Yeah, we're just trying to establish, did you make a statement regarding this incident?
Ngenza i-statement
Mayelana nalo-
eningi.
I made a lot of statements.
Okay, let's talk about, sorry.
Yes?
Let's talk about the first statement. Do you remember when it was made?
Asikhuluma ngesokuqala ke, uyakhumbula ukuthi senziwa nini sona noma wasenza nini?
Ngasebusuku masibuya esibhedlela. Njengoba ngisho khona iphoyisa la kade ngikhuluma khona ngomfundisi ukuthi khona iphoyisa nala khona elalingibuza lalibhala nalo.
All right.
Nase-Fourth.
Even my lord, in the evening when we came back from the hospital, as I said that there was also a pastor there, there was a police that was asking, and that police officer was writing down, even in Phosphorus.
Yes?
You testified earlier on that you were fetched by police. Was there a stage where you were taken to Phosphorus police station?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi kunenkathi la khona-ke nizolandwa amaphoyisa. Ingabe sikhona isikhathi la khona-ke nathathwa nahanjiswa nasiwa e-police station yase-Phosphorus?
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes. When was that?
Kwakunini?
Angisayikhumbuli i-date.
Can't remember the date.
Yes, but
Can I clarify something?
Yes.
Yeah.
ngicela le ama-date cause njengoba ngumuntu nami angeke ngikhumbule into eyenzeka 10 years or 20 years back or 8 years back ukuthi yenzeka ngasiphi isikhathi nanani le ama-date ithanda ukungixaka so
sorry.
bengingacela ukuthi manibuza umbuzo le ama-date ngingayifaki
May I
cause
request,
angibuki i-date njalo uma ngenzile.
when I'm doing something, I don't look at the dates, and I'm a human being, so I won't be able to remember something that happened 10, 20 years ago. So may I request that with regards to the date that I not be asked about the dates.
Yes, that's fair enough.
Mr. Madala,
Yes.
that's not how it should happen.
Okay.
He will ask questions.
Okay.
If the question relates to a date you don't remember, you will state, I can't remember the date.
Okay.
So don't take it as an offense if you are asked about a date. And everyone does forget dates.
Right. You mentioned that you made the first statement in the matter. Would you like to refresh your memory from that statement?
Ingabe ungathanda yini ukusibheka ke leso statement leso njengoba ushilo ukuthi wasenza soqala ungathanda yini ukuthi usibheke uyikhumbuze ngaso
Njengamanje.
as in now?
Yes. Just
Yebo.
to refresh your memory on the date.
Okay, ungekaphenduli awu.
We don't have a problem with that, but the state must lay proper basis. The state has not done laying proper basis. Just state put only one line and that was it, Your Lordship.
Mr. Baloi,
Well, we're still getting to that point. If I can perhaps put my friend at ease, we're in the process of doing that, my Lord,
okay, let's proceed.
as we have done with other witnesses. Would you like to refresh your memory from your statement?
Ingabe ungathanda yini ukuthi uyikhumbuzeke ngaso istatement sakho?
If kubalekile noma if kufanele ngikwenze lokho ngakwenza.
If it's
But
important
kungabalekile,
and if it's a must for me to do it, I will do it.
Yes.
But if it's not important,
Yes. The statement that you made, the first statement, was it reduced to writing?
esoqala istatement owasenza ingabe sabhalwa phansi yini?
njengoba ngingasho labantu abengibhalisa i-statement mina angazi ngizobachaza kanjani. Angikaze ayikho into engayibhala mina.
Okay, as I previously said that I don't know how to mention this, that the people that were taking statements from me, and there's nothing that I wrote down.
Bekubhala bona mina ngakhuluma babengibuza imibuzo.
They were ask-
Babhale bona.
They were asking me questions, I spoke, and then they would write down.
Yes.
Do you know if you...
May I say something?
Yes.
Yeah.
And abanye balabantu ababe-investigator bebafika emsebenzini
And some of the... Oh, sorry. Go back.
bafike nama-handcuff bafike nani lesithi abazongifaka kuyo ngemuva.
Some of the people that did the investigation or that were investigating would arrive at work. They would come there with handcuffs and then
No, babeke la engizohlala
Oh,
khona
okay.
nale namaphepha yellow lawo.
and with some yellow documents. They would put the handcuffs where I would be sitting, on the chair that I would be sitting on, right at the back.
Bangisabisa nje benza yonke into.
Threatening me and doing all sort of things.
Right.
And the other thing bebanokusilanda eDurban. Bangathengi ngisho ukudla from Durban. Sesibhayile ukudla siza la.
And they would fetch us from Durban, my lord, not even buy for us food. We would buy food for ourselves, traveling all the way to here.
But leyo ngayireport ke ya stop kuyenzeka.
I reported that and it stopped happening.
Do you recall if there was an occasion where all the people who were in the house were called to Foslorus police station?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi kwakunenkathi khona bonke abantu ababephakathi endlini eFoslorus babizwa bebizelwa epolice station laseFoslorus?
Ngisakhumbula besibangaka epolice station.
Okay.
Because ke saphindela futhi amafoni aselekehleli bengawabuyisa amafoni ethu. Because the reason bengasabuyela eDurban ngisahleli lapha eMalbatini bengengishiya ifoni yami ngemini.
I can't remember how many of us were at the police station, but I remember there was a time when we went there and our phones were still not given back to us. And the reason why I was still in Malbatin and unable to go back to Durban because I would not have left my phone behind.
Do you remember what happened on that occasion when you went to Foslorus police station?
Ngaleli hlandla leli enaya ngalo epolice station laseFoslorus ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi kwenzekani?
If you don't remember, it's fine.
Ungasho uma ungakhumbuli.
Angikhumbulaza kwabhala i-statement.
What I recall,
Yona ngikhumbulayo leyo. Esibili kwenziwa.
what I do remember was that statements were written.
Yes.
Na kwathatha i-statement and bengabanye abafana abamthuka babekhona. Ngazo labafana laba babela estradini sintwenza yabo kodwa bekunabafana abamthuka.
The other thing that I do remember, there were two gentlemen. I don't know whether it's gentlemen who belonged in the street there, but there were two gentlemen. Uma utestrati kopi.
Foslorus.
Okay, I don't know whether it was guys who stayed in the same street in Foslorus, but there were two other gentlemen.
Yes.
Bese kube yena because indlela engikhumbula ngakhona besicabana ngimfana loulongo.
And what I do remember is that we were arguing or we were fighting with this gentleman. We were arguing with Ulongwe.
Yes.
Because izinto ebengimbuza zona ukuthi nambe ngikwathi izinto ebengimbuza zona ukuthi how come ukuthi mangena abantu befuna amafoni wena usukume uphusha umuntu engabe sibanika lamafoni ngabe usenzo wathengile back if how come ukuthi ungaphusha umuntu uphinde uyodlula kowesibili at least awungabamba ngalo
Because
ngaleyo ntatheni ubeyufuna i-backup.
Because the things or the questions that I was posing to him, my lord, were how come or how does it happen that someone comes in and asks for phones? Why didn't you just give the person the phones and instead you get up and push the person? Maybe Senzo could have been able to buy those phones back, and then you still managed to get past the second person. And then he said, no, he went to look for backup.
Not, he's one of the potential witnesses. We'll just ask that the evidence be provisionally allowed. You mentioned in your evidence that you attended an identification parade.
Yes.
Do you remember more or less how long after the incident did you attend the identification parade?
Usakhumbula ukuthi kwakusemuva kwesikhathi esingakanani isehlakalo senzeka ukuya kwakho noma ukuya kwenu kwi-ID parade?
No, ngikhumbule ukuthi sasimena ngawani, sahlala ngokuhlukana, sasingahleli endlini eyi-1, sahleli ngokuhlukana kule police station, ngeni ngawani. Ngikhumbula i-date.
I don't remember the date. What I do recall is that we were seated in different rooms at that police station, and then we would go in one by one.
Do you, sorry, my lord. Yes. Do you remember at which police station the identification parade took place?
Usakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyiphi police station la i-ID parade yenziwa khona?
Angiyazi ya police station, but I think it's a dropping.
I don't know that police station, but I think it's in town.
What do you mean?
Usho ukuthini?
Because
What did he say? What did he say in Zulu?
I don't know that police station, but I think it's in town. Sorry? I'm not certain whether it's GP, I'm not certain.
Yes.
You say you were held in separate rooms. Did you attend the room, or did you go to the room where in the identification parade was held?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi nanihlezi kuma-room ahlukile. Ingabe-ke la khona-ke i-parade yayikhona-ke, ngaba waya khona?
yeah, ngangena.
Yes, I went in.
Yes.
And during this occasion, did you identify anyone during that identification parade?
Ekungeneni kwakho-ke lapho, ingabe ukhona yini umuntu owamazi noma ukhona yini umuntu owamkhomba?
Oh, sorry man, le yokungena. I think kwangena nga-1.
Yebo.
Kwangena nga-1 kwi-ID parade. I'm not, hayi ukuthi mhlambe angisanayisho sahlala ndawonye then sekubizwa nga-1 kwi-ID parade, ne? Kubizwa nga-1.
With regards to going in, my lord, I'm not certain as to, with regards to going in there, I'm not certain as to whether we all sat in one room and then when you are being called, they call one person at a time.
Yes.
Yeah, but the question now is, at that exercise, the identity parade, did you get to identify any of the people there were to be identified?
Umbuzo-ke manje uthi-ke usungenile-ke sekufanele ukuthi-ke ubhekeke uboneke ingabe ukhona yini umuntu owamazi noma ukhona yini umuntu owamkhomba.
Kule ID parade njengoba ngathi ngenza yona akekho engamkhomba because akekho engangimbona kuyona.
At that ID parade, there's no one that I pointed out because there was no one that I was able to see there, or that I could see.
So if you say there was no one that could see, what do you mean?
Usho ukuthini ukuthi akekho wambona?
Ngisho ukuthi ayikho engimrecognizeayo kulabantu abangena endlini.
I'm saying that there was no one I could recognize from the people or amongst the people that entered the house.
My lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment? of the case, my lord. Now, after attending this identification parade, what happened next?
Yini ke eyenzeka emuva kwale ID parade okwawuye kuyona?
I think sabuyela back endlini.
I think we went back to the house.
Yes.
Mase siwatholile amafoni wethu because sahamba sawalanda ne. Mase sawalanda e-police station. Mase siwatholile kunomfana wangikhapha umbhuti wangikhapha bathi uMandla.
Okay.
Uyena onginimali ubuyele emuva eDurban.
Once we had gotten our phones back, because we went to the police station to get our phones, so we received them, and there's a gentleman who accompanied me. His name was Mandla. He's the one who gave me money to travel back to Durban.
Which police station is it where you went to get the?
Nayo wathatha kuyiphi police station amafonini?
Angisayisho ukuthi yiphi leya police station resefohlora angisayisho.
I'm not certain, my lord, with police station, whether it was Fort Loras, but I'm not certain.
Now, for how long did you stay up here in Johannesburg before going back to KwaZulu-Natal?
Wahlala isikhathi esingakanani ke la eGoli ngaphambilini kokuthi ubuyele eDurban?
Uma ngingenali iphutha ngicabanga ukuthi insuku ezintathu.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 3 days.
Did the identification parade happen within the 3 days that you've just mentioned?
So i-ID parade lena waya kuyona-ke noma nayo kuyona-ke yenzeka kuleso sikhathi leso seyinsuku ezintathu.
Yebo.
Yes.
You earlier testified that at some point you were requested to draw a sketch of the person, the first assailant who had I think a sketch. The witness said a sketch.
This.
Yes. Can you just explain what you mean by a sketch?
Identikit or is it?
Yes.
By sketch, I don't understand.
Yes, there's the identikit, my lord. Yes.
Yes.
When did that happen?
Okay. Lena-ke ukuthi kwathiwa-ke anidwebe-ke noma awudwebe noma anidwebe kwenzeka nini lokho?
Kwenza ngesikhathi ngisakhona ngalanga ngabuyile.
Whilst I was still around here before I could go back home.
Yeah.
Did this happen before or after the identification parade?
Ingaba lokho kwakungaphambilini noma emuva kwe-ID parade?
Ngisakhumbula kuphi esakwenza kuqala, but sakwenza kwethu angisazi kuphi esaqala ngakho. Ngisakhumbula kuphi esaqala kodwa sakwenza kwethu.
I don't know which was first and which followed after, but we did both, but I don't know which one did we start with.
And this occasion where you were requested to compile an identification kit, where did this take place?
Lokhu kona ke ukuthi nicela ukuthi nidwebeke kwenzeka kuphi kona?
kwenzeke e-police station.
At the police station.
Which one?
Yiphi yona?
I think it's a force. If nginali but I think it's a force, no?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was in Fort Loras.
If you can perhaps just elaborate as to what happened during this occasion.
Uma ngaba ungachaza kabanzi ke ukuthi yini eyenzeka ngalelo hlandla lelo.
Basisa bekunalo umuntu oyi-artist lo wasichazela nje before siqale.
There was this person who was an artist who gave us an explanation before we could start.
Yes.
Yebo.
What explanation?
Wanichazela wathini?
Bayasichazela ukuthi akunasidingo sokuthi ungaze umuntu udweba lokhu akubonile lokhu kubonile.
What the person said was that a person would then draw what he or she saw.
Who was to draw?
Ubani wayezodweba?
Wayezodweba.
Magama kokudweba nina noma ubani wayedweba?
Yena wayedweba thina sichaza ukuthi umuntu kanjani.
Okay, he's the one who was doing the drawing. We would give a description of how the person was.
And did you give a description?
Not wachaza ke wena.
Yeah, khona ngachaza nami khona lapho.
Yes, there was a description that I gave there.
Yes. And which description did you give?
Wachaza
Did you give, in
wathini?
other words, you mentioned that there were two suspects in the house. Which description did you give?
Nanje ngoba ushilo ukuthi kwakunabantu ababili endlini. Wachaza wathini wena? Okay, ungakaphendula.
Objection, my lord, that's a leading question.
I'm sorry, my lord, I'll just rephrase it. Which description did you give?
Wachaza wathini?
Basibuza ngalo wena umuntu wangena endlini ephethe isibhamu ukuthi ube kanjani.
They asked us about the person that came into the house carrying a firearm as to how that person looked like.
Yes.
Yes.
Yebo.
Did you give any other description, or was this the only description that you gave?
Wachaza nje lokho kuphela noma khona okunye wachaza.
No, sadweba lokhu ngachaza lokhu okuyikona ababesibuzela khona because basibuza ukuthi umuntu wangena endlini ephethe isibhamu ube kanjani.
I only described that which I was asked about because we were asked about the person that came into the house carrying a firearm as to how that person looked like.
Yes.
Yes.
Was an identification kit of that person then compiled?
Ingaba ke wasedwetshwa ke lowo muntu lo?
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes.
My lord, at this stage, the state asks permission to introduce a new exhibit. It will be Exhibit J. We are still busy with Exhibit H, my lord. We'll skip I. It's a 9-page document, my lord, consisting of the first 3 pages the statement by Warrant Officer Steenkamp that the state will be calling at the later stage.
Sorry, my lord, can't we name the document as a facial image analysis report?
I didn't hear you.
My lord, I was suggesting that we name this document as a facial image analysis report, my lord.
Yes.
The document.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, but that will be Exhibit J. On the list of exhibits, when we describe it, it will be described as the facial image analysis report. If I can ask that the image be shown.
No, no, objection, my lord. The witness has not yet given the description
Yes.
at the
Well,
station before we
yes.
come into this exhibit.
Yes, as the court pleases. I think the witness has testified that they were asked to describe the person who had dreadlocks on. What description did you give?
Wachaza wathini ke?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle but engangikhumbula ukuthi wayene neslave nyana namehla amakhulu nama-dread ashort.
Okay, so shota kancane kancane. Although I can't remember properly, my lord, what I did say, what I do remember, what he had this little chin and big eyes and short dreadlocks.
What does it mean when you say he had some chin? I mean,
That's a little, said little slave anyana. Uchu ukuthini? Said little chin.
Then slave nyana
The
nje.
little one, no, the small one. Ne?
Nephumanyana.
well, when he says little, it becomes, when you say he had some chin, everyone has a chin.
I think he said small chin.
Small. I use the word little, yes.
Yes?
Any other distinguishing features that you gave?
Khona okunye okwachaza?
Ya ngaphandle kwalokho ngikhumbula okunye.
Other than that, I can't remember anything else.
Thank you. If you can ask that the image then be shown.
Yes?
Do you recognize the image?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, another one.
Yes.
Yes. I remember it.
Yes, another one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, as which ones? You remember these images as which ones?
Ukhumbula nanjengesiphi le ithombe lesi?
Lesa sisidweba police station.
It's the one that was drawn at the police station.
And just for record purposes, this is the image of which suspect?
Lesi ke isithombe esamuphi umsola?
The one ongeni kuqala lo obemfishane.
The one who came in first, the short one.
Yes.
Earlier on in your evidence, you mentioned that the second assailant or second suspect was tall. Are there any other distinguishing features that you can give of the second assailant?
Ngaphambilini ke kubufakazi bakho ushilo wathi owesibili ke wayemude. Kukhona ke okukunye nje ongakuchaza ngaphandleni nje kwalokho ukuthi wayemude.
Ubeka khathi nje. Nje yakhe ibikhathiwe nje.
His beard was cut, my lord. He had shaved his beard.
Yes.
Yeah, if can you just demonstrate, if you say his beard was cut, what do you mean?
Usho ukuthini?
Ayitrinyiwe.
It was trimmed.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you perhaps notice his height?
Ingabe wambheka mhlasimbe ubude noma height yakhe?
Yeah, wayemude.
Yes, he was.
Wayembambile. Wayembambile, wayemude.
Yes, he was tall because Senzo was holding him, so he was tall.
His body features?
Emzimbeni?
Wayengamkhulu.
He was.
Wayemncanyana nje kahle ngomzimba. Wayengamkhulu, wayengakhuluphalanga, wayeslender.
He wasn't big, my lord. He was, the weakness mentioned, he was slender.
Yes.
And how many assailants did you see on that particular night?
The house.
Yes, in the house.
Laphayana endlini ke bangaki abantu owababona kulaba ke abezohlasela bangaki owababona?
Babili kuphela abantu abangemuhle.
Only 2 people entered the house.
Yes.
And more or less, what time did this incident happen?
Isikhathi isehlakalo lesi esenzeka ngaso kwakuba isikhathi kwenzeka kwalokho.
I'm not sure ngesikhathi but don't kwakudlala igame ye-Chelsea ne-Manchester United.
I'm not certain about the time, but there was a game on between Chelsea and Manchester United.
But kwase kulate.
But it was late already.
Was that game still on when they
Isaqhubeka leyo game leyo nkathi kwenzeka lokho?
I'm not sure noma isiphelile yini game.
I'm not certain as to whether the game had finished already.
You mentioned that you had to go later the day to the party of one of the players, Mr. Roy Mahamudza, who was supposed to attend that party.
Ushilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi kwakufanele kwakunale party kwakufanele niye kuyona kaRoy Mahamudza. Kwakuwobani noma kwakuwubani noma kwakuwobani ababefanele baye kuleyo party leyo?
Sange kwakuzohamba mina no Senzo nomthokozisi.
It myself, Senzo and Thokozisi were going to attend.
And what was the plan? When would you have attended the party?
Iplan yayihamba kanjani ke nanizoya nini ephathini?
Kwakufanele siye ngayi Sunday because ngumsenzo bekathola ama calls but ngingayazi ukukhuluma nobani.
We were supposed to go on the Sunday, and Senzo kept on receiving calls, but I didn't know as to who he was talking to.
But you were at the Kumalos on that particular evening. When would you have attended the party?
Kodwa ke ngaleso sikhathi leso nani kwakhumalo nanizo suka ninike lapho niye ephathini.
Angazi ke sasuhamba nini konke lokho kwakukusenze because uyena wayezositshela ukuthi asambeni or siyangakuphi uyena wayezositshela sasozwa ngayo usenzo.
I don't know when would we have left because everything was we were relying on Senzo. He's the one that was going to tell us which direction to take, when were we supposed to leave.
And there in the hallway or at the door where you saw the first assailant who had dreadlocks on, how was visibility there?
Kuleya ndawo lena ke oshoyo kuyona ukuthi lona owokuqala wambona emikhona ke la kwangenamnyango khona. Kwakukanjani lapha yana ngokumayela nokuthi nokubonakala kwakukanjani?
Bonakala kanjani? Understand?
Can you clarify that?
Yes. The incident happened in the evening, is that correct?
Lokhu kwenzeka kusebusuku angithi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were the house lights already on at that stage?
Ngaleso sikhathi lawo leso ke ama lights asendlini ayese on vele. I can't remember whether the lights were on. I can't remember.
But there where the the first assailant was, who had dreadlocks, how was visibility then?
Kule ndawo awaye kuyona ke noma kule ndawo ayemi kuyona ke lona oyinama dreadlocks kwaku kanjani ke isimo lapho sokuthi sokubona
Since wayemi kule space esingene le dining lapha ngomnyango. I don't think khona umuntu wayesendlini owangiyakhona ukumbona. The position abemi kuyo.
Seeing that he was standing there, my lord, where that opening, I don't think, and that is now leading to the dining room, I don't think anyone who was inside the house would not have been able to see him at that from that position where the person was standing.
Reason ngisho njalo bekangeke asuke nomfana wachika yophusha umuntu angamboni uphusha umuntu ombonayo wayethi behleli le sofa opposite nathi so thina singala siyabuka ngala so bona bangani so wayengeke asuka yophusha umuntu angamboni obviously wambona nje bephusha.
The reason why I'm saying that, my lord, there's no way that Chico's son would have just pushed someone that he couldn't see. So surely he saw the person, hence he pushed him.
But was there any source of light?
Kukhona okwakukhanyisa.
Since bekudlala TV.
Because the TV was on.
Yes. Any other source of light?
Khona kunye.
I
can't remember anything else. I don't want to say something that I don't know.
And there in the kitchen, how was visibility?
Ekitchen khona ke isimo sokuthi kubonakale sasi kanjani. One could see. There's no way that you couldn't see. One could see.
Was there any source of light there in the kitchen?
Kukhona kwakhanyisa ekitchen. The question regarding the lights, hence I'm saying that I can't remember whether the lights were on or not.
Because the dining is no light. Obviously, you have a light in the kitchen. If you need dining, I'm obviously
Because there's a light in the dining room, So obviously there is also a light in the kitchen as well. And seeing that uthi kwakungakhanyi dining.
Angazi or
Okay.
wakhanya nogesi but i-TV ayidlala.
As also I'm saying that the light was not on, but the TV was. I can't remember whether the light was on, but the TV was playing.
And do you remember more or less how long the incident took place?
Usakhumbula ukuthi konke lokho kwenzeka isikhathi esingakanani noma kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani?
Angazi because makuqhuma isibhamu ngokusheshsha after kuqhuma isibhamu mina ngabaleka ngawungena ekamereni so angana bahlala isikhathi esingakanani labantu noma ngasonto isikhathi eside but angazi because ngabashiya khona ekitchen immediately makuqhuma isibhamu ngabaleka ngawungena ekamereni.
I don't know because I said that immediately when the firearm went off, I ran into the bedroom. So I don't know whether how long the others stayed on there because I just ran into the bedroom.
Did you perhaps notice where the deceased was at that stage when you ran into the second bedroom?
Ingaba waqaphela yini ukuthi umufi wayekuphi nendawo nkathi wena ubaleka ke uya ekamereni?
Akekho sendlini engambothi waya kuphi because mina ngabalekela ebedroom angazi abanye babalekela kuphi.
There's no one who was in the house who I saw as to where they were at the time because I ran into the bedroom, so I did not see where they ran to.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened to Mtoko? You mentioned that the deceased was busy with the second assailant and that Kelly's mom, Zandi, and their mom were busy with the first suspect. Did you see where Mr. Twala was? Mtoko's is it Twala?
Ukuthi angithi uSenzo yena wayekuloya wesibili omude ungabe uKelly uma wakhe noZandi beshaya omunye bona ingabe yena uMthoko uyazi ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi kwenzeka lokho wayekuphi uMthoko yena uMthoko sisithwala
Ngangambhekanga uMthoko.
wasn't looking at Mthoko.
La only thing engicabanga nje lapha ukuthi ngisave impilo yami abanye abantu ngangababhekanga ukuthi lenzani babalekela kuphi.
The only thing that I was concentrating on there was to save my life. So I wasn't looking as to where the others were running to.
And just to get clarity on this aspect, how many shots did you hear?
Nje ukuthi ngicacelweke kulokho wezwa uqhuma kwesibhamu kangaki?
Angikuzwanga uqhuma isibhamu saqhuma kangaki because uqhuma kwaso kwakuthatha masiqhuma because ikhishi lincane kwavaleka amadlebe then yila ngabalekela khona ekamereni so angazi ama-shot ukuthi abayingaki.
I didn't hear as to when it went off, how many times it went off, because as I said that my ears are closed, or they were sort of blocked or closed, and because of the noise from the firearm, and I ran into the bedroom. So I cannot say as to how many shots went off.
Now, after Mr. Longetwala left the house, as you described when he pushed the first assailant aside, did you ever see him again?
Emuva kokuthi ke uLongwethwala waphuma endlini nanjengoba ushilo ke ukuthi waphusha omunye lo waye wamphusha wabe sephuma ke ingabe emuva kwalokho waphinda wambona futhi uLongwe emuva kokuthi ephushe lo waphuma waphinda wambona futhi emuva kwalokho?
Ayangikhumbuli.
I can't recall. I don't remember seeing him.
Now, except for the car of the deceased, the BMW that you described, were there any other cars on the premises?
Ngaphandleni kwemoto ke yakhe uSenzo iBMW okhulumile ngayo ngaba zayikhona ezinye imoto ezayisegcekeni?
Yayikhona imoto esegcekeni yayikhona.
Yes, there was a vehicle in the premises.
Yes, which one was it?
Kwakuyiphi?
Bekuyi polo eli red.
It was a red Polo.
Do you know to whom it belonged?
Uyazi ukuthi kwakuyimoto kabani le?
ngicabanga ulalamba yena lo mfana lo cause iBMS enze engaphambili then sekufikile umfana kwase kune polo la red.
Okay. I think that it belonged to Longwe because the BMW was in front, and now after this gentleman had arrived, there was now a Polo behind. Yes, a move of a BMW.
Yes.
There's a Polo behind the BMW.
Can you repeat? You said it could have belonged to whom?
I think Longwe, my lord. Yes.
Yes.
You mentioned.
Sorry.
Not that I think elakhe cause libe khona after kungene yena endlini ne.
Not that I think that it belonged to him. It was his because the Polo was there after he came into the house.
ngalibona futhi nase Malbatin.
I also saw,
Sazi usuku lona lo part ngalibona nase Malbatin.
and I also saw the very same vehicle in Malbatin. I can't remember the day, but I saw it again in Malbatin.
You mentioned the daughter of the deceased, Tingo. Where was she during the incident?
Ngalesi sehlakalo ukhulumile ke ngendodakazi yakhe ke umufi uThingo. Ngalesi sehlakalo ke wayekuphi yena?
Uthingo ubese kamereni leli engibalekele kulo mina after kuqhuma isibhamu cause mangingene kamereni ngafihla ifoni yami cause bekunezimpahla ngala ingubo ngala ka left mangingena ngala left kunombhede so Uthingo wayeleli lapha and ubengaleli ubuthongo cause bese kuqhumele isibhamu wayesevukile by the time ngiyolunguza efestereni bekunamabhathi cause bengifuna ukuphuma ngebhaki ngefesteri bekunebhaki Uthingo besevukile ngala ngafihla ifoni yami engubeni ngala.
Tingo was in the very same bedroom that I ran into. When I ran into the bedroom, as I said, that I hid my phone because there was some stuff lying there, some blankets and some clothes, and I also wanted to get out of the window. And by that time, she was awake because it was after the firearm had went off. So there was a bed on the left side, so she was on that bed.
Except for Tingo, the child Tingo, were there any other children?
Ngaphandle kwakhe uThingo zazikhona ezinye izingane ngaphandle koThingo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yeah, who was it?
Kwakuwubani?
Khona umntana wakhe lo umfana.
Kelly's son.
And where was he during the incident?
Ngathi kwenzeka lokhu umfana lo kaKelly wayekuphi?
I think we said dining.
I think it was in the dining room. I think it was in the dining room.
Yes.
You mentioned that when the person, the first assailant, came to site where you were seated, he demanded money and cell phones.
Ushilo kubufakazi bakho ukuthi inkathi lona woqala ke engena lana nihlezi khona ke wafuna ama cell phones nemali.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know if any of those items were taken?
Ingabe uyazi yini ke ukuthi kukhona kulokho awayekufuna awakuthatha noma okwathathwa?
Noma ngakubonanga ngezwa endlini noma ngakubonanga mina. Although
I didn't see it, but I heard inside there at the house or in the house.
It's fine.
Yes.
Now, after the current suspects were arrested, did you attend any identification parade?
Emuva ukuthi ke laba ke abaphambi kwenkantolo manje ke beboshiwe ke khona iparade owaya kuyona.
ayikho enye ID parade ngingaya kuyo i1 kuphela ngaya kuyo ile sasiye kuyo kusanda kwenzeka la ayikho enye ngayi-attend i1 kuphela.
There's no other ID parade that I attended. I only went to the one that I made mention of previously. Did not attend any other.
Now, are you able to recognize any of the accused before court?
No objection.
As a court, please.
There are no basis for that.
Yes.
As a court pleases, my lord, we've just laid the basis. The witness has indicated that he did not attend any identification parade after the suspects, the current suspects were arrested.
As a court, this is your lordship. The state is maneuvering, is misleading, confusing.
I can't hear
The
you.
state is confusing the witness, and the witness never said he didn't attend any ID parade after the accused were arrested. He said he attended only one ID parade, and the state should have followed up on that question.
My lord, can I also add? Thank you, my lord. My lord, the last question that was put to the witness, after the current suspects were arrested, did you attend any ID parade? And the answer was no. There is no other ID parade except the one I attended. There is no mention of the identity of the suspect or the accused who are before this court.
As a court pleases, we'll just follow it up perhaps with one more question.
Yes.
Yes. Now, Mr. Madlala, will you, if you were to, you've explained that you took part in the compilation of the identification kit, is that correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke wawu ingxenye ke ya lo kwabdwetshwa lona okwenziwa lapha angithi wawukhona ke noma kwakuyinina ke obabechaza kathi kudwetshwa.
I-identification kuyokhomba mhlambe fastereni ikhomba ukuthi wena mphakathi walaba or ngizama uku-understanda leyo nto.
I'm trying to understand now what is it what that you are referring to in ID parade where you have to point someone on the other side of the glass, or what are you referring
Yes, no,
to?
we're just referring to Exhibit J.
Sikhuluma ngalena ke manje.
Ole uyodweba umuntu oh
Yes,
nga-attenda nje la.
I only attended here.
yes. So, except for your court attendance, have you had any other opportunity to identify the suspect?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah.
What's the question?
I'm sorry, my lord. The witness has said that this is the only occasion, or maybe the witness can just clarify the previous answer. Just clarify the previous answer.
Awusichazele ke.
Bengitshela ukuthi ubuza ukuthi ngaphandle angitsayisa kobeka umuntu akhomba ukuthi ubeka abantu ukuthi uyena muphi phakathi kwalapha.
Okay, asimela lapho ke.
Bengitshela ukuthi ngikhuluma ngale nto kade ngikhuluma ngokudweba lokho.
Okay. I was under the impression that you were referring to where you go to an identification parade and people are there and you've got to point someone there. That was the impression. Only to find out that you are referring to this.
Yes, okay. Let's take it one step at a time. Now, except for that one occasion that you described where you attended the identification parade, did you attend any other identification parade?
Ngaphandle.
Objection, my lord. The witness has already answered that.
Yes, well, just to clarify the aspect in light of what you've just said, did you attend any other identification parade?
No objection.
The state is repeating itself.
My lord, the state is trying to get clarity out of the witness. The witness said he needs clarity. That's what I'm trying to clarify, my lord.
What I like is they don't want you to repeat
Thank
Yes,
you, my lord.
That's fine.
questions, and you allow forever for them to repeat.
Yes. Well, it's fine as long as it's clear on record.
They are showing how not to allow a person to repeat.
As a court, please, my lord, we'll leave it at that. And you've just mentioned that the next occasion when you had the opportunity to identify the suspect was when you compile an identification kit.
Ushilo ke ukuthi elinye ke ihlandlo wabanalo ke ukuthi ke uchaze ke umsolo wakhe akungenkathi ke kwakudwetshwa.
Yes.
Yes.
There's the only two occasions that you've had the opportunity to identify the suspects
Yilawo
that you saw
mahlandla
on
amabili
the
kuphela
night of
owaba
the
nawo ke,
incident.
noma owaya kuwona ke la kwakufanele uchaze khona ke umsolo noma abasolo.
La besiyodweba kwi-ID parade besiyokhomba besingayiyodweba besiyokhomba ukuthi akekho yini mhlawumbe kulabantu ababekwe lapha abayithela ababekwe lapha ngaphambili so la sasiyodweba.
Here it was with regards to drawings, and the other one was where there were 10 people, and we had to point out if there was someone
Yes.
or were they there amongst those 10 that were there.
And la sadweba khona nala senza khona i-ID parade la sikhomba khona indawo ezihlukene lezo.
And these were two different places where the identikit was done and where the ID parade was done. It's not the same place, but two different places.
Yes. And these are the only two occasions that you had the opportunity to identify the suspects.
Yilawo mahlandla amabili kuphela ke owaba nawo ke noma owaya kuwona ke la kwakufanele uchaze khona ke noma uyakhomba noma uyadweba la kwakufanele uchaze khona ke abasolwa noma umsolwa.
Yeah, ilezo zikhathi zoyi-2.
Only those two occasions.
My lord, we submit that sufficient basis has been laid for the next question that the state wants to ask. And we submit that that question should be allowed. I'll see my learned friend is on her feet. I'll just give her the opportunity
There you are.
to say her piece.
My lord, I was still waiting for the basis that the state was submitting.
He says he has laid the basis. He's saying, I have laid the basis.
The basis by referring to the identity kit, my lord, and the identification.
You cannot ask me.
That's where the objection arises.
Can we have Mshololo address first?
My lord, the state has made a reference to two documents in terms of Exhibit J. There is facial image analysis report, and attached to that, I'm not sure whether the state intended to attach this document that is reflected there, which is referred to as witness Mtogozi Sitwala. I think this is part of the same exhibit. So it is not clear which basis is he referring to. The witness had indicated that on the first, on the incident of identification parade, he never identified anyone during the identification parade. So now the reference is made in terms of this exhibit to say he was able to draw someone and he gave features in terms of this exhibit. And he has never said as to who that person who had done what. Thank you, Madam.
Your Lordship, I'm trying to assist here. If let allow the state to ask the question, then we'll take it from there. We just want to hear the state question to the witness, then as the defense of 1 to 4, we'll take it from there.
Yes. My lord, the state has asked the witness whether he can recognize any of the accused who are in court. That's the whole basis that elicited the objections from my learned friends, and if I can perhaps address the court on that aspect. I've compiled brief heads of argument, my lord, on.
No, my lord, before we go there, before we move on, my lord, we want to know as to what the description that was given there is for whose person is being identified there. The first person, the second person is the person who did what, where?
Well, my lord, my learned friends will be have been saying that questions should not be repeated, but the witnesses said that that is the person that he saw. They were asked to draw the person that they saw with dreadlocks. That's the evidence of the witness. But if they want the witness to repeat that, by all means. Exhibit J, sorry, that you just described. Can you once again repeat what is it?
Uma uphinde nje uchazeke ukuthi ukubona laphana ke ukuthi uchaze nje mala nalo bakusobadwethu.
Ngizochaza mhlawumbe ukuthini because
What-
ngivume ukuthi iyo le esasidweba khona le police station.
What should I say? Because I did mention that this is the one that was the identity that was drawn at the police station.
Yes, as which one?
Imuphi?
Kwakudwetshwa lo umfishane wedread kuye nongumegqoka ijacket engathi caramel nyana. Yeah.
This is the one that was drawn here was the one who had the firearm, who had this caramel jacket. He had dreadlocks and he was the short one.
Yes. Yes, my lord, with that out of the way, can we then be allowed to proceed to the question that I was about to ask the witness? Yes. Now, the state asks you whether are you in the position to identify any of the suspects before court?
Kulaba phambi kwenkantolo ke uyakwazi ke noma yakhona ke ukuthi ke uchaze ukhombe noma identify ke kulaba abaphambi kwenkantolo manje.
If bengimele ngichaze kwayizolo bengizochaza nayizolo. Bengifuna ukuchaza nayizolo.
Even if I was allowed to mention it yesterday or to say it yesterday, I was even prepared yesterday to say it.
Yes, say.
It is why ngicelile break ngaphumela ngaphandle.
Hence,
Bengiyaniswa ukuba sendlini eyodwa nomuntu lo.
Hence I requested, can I just finish, Mr. Taban? Hence I requested that break yesterday, my lord, because what annoyed me yesterday was to be in the same room as that person.
Mr. Madala,
Yes.
what will help if you go to ask to answer the question asked?
Okay.
These other explanations will take us from the focus of the question he's asking. So the question he has asked, now go directly and answer them, if you have an answer.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can answer.
Obstruction, Your Lordship, to the line of questioning. The state asks that can the witness point any of the accused in the court? This question is vague and more in particular, identification inside the court. I don't know where in the court, but the state said in the court is inadmissible and doesn't have value. Most importantly, because my clients who appear in this corner of court, 1 to 4, they were not taken to an identity parade. This issue was clarified very clear in the matter which appeared in the SCA, Your Lordship. If I will not go deeper in that matter because that is matter of argument. If the state need to take it further, it will require a trial within a trial, which was also stated in that matter. For the benefit of everyone, I'll give the citation of that matter. Not to say, Your Lordship, I'm arguing the matter. I'm surprised that the state said they prepared heads of arguments. I don't know on what. The citation, Your Justice, the citation I'm mentioning here is to support my objection to this type of question. Is the state, is the appellant, which was in the SCA, Fanny Archibald in the Monday versus the state? Is neutral citation is the state in brackets 248 of 2018, ZACSA, ZASCA, apologize, Your Lordship, 132, which was decided on the 30th of September 2019. I paused there. I just needed to make the point that what the state is attempting to embark on, it won't hold water. That's the court basis.
Support, please, my Lord. I think as it were applicant in the matter, we should be allowed to set out the basis on which we seek this evidence to be admissible. I've prepared brief heads of argument on the
My Lord, heads of argument on what?
on the type of evidence that the state seeks to admit. There's been an objection, and we want to motivate why this evidence should be allowed.
We have not been given those heads of arguments, my Lord.
Yes.
So the only question I would have for you is whether your colleagues have had
Yes.
time to look at your heads of argument so that they can be prepared.
Yes, my Lord. I can argue now, and they can have the opportunity to reply
No, my
tomorrow.
Lord, I object to that.
As a
We need to
conclusion.
have a look at the heads of the argument. Firstly, we need to be finished with the heads of the argument that the state is intending to bring before this honorable court. We don't even know what are the issues that the state is intending to introduce before this court. Therefore, we cannot be ambushed like that, my Lord.
As a court, please, my Lord, I've indicated that if the state is given the opportunity to amplify the issues that the state is seeking to raise, my learned friends will have the opportunity tomorrow or whenever to respond to this evidence that we intend leading. Therefore, objected. Mr.
Is
Toban.
it something you'll be able to do in 3 minutes?
Yes, in the next 5 minutes or so, my Lord.
I'm saying so because it's 3 minutes before we
you know, the heads are very brief, my Lord.
Objection, my Lord. Heads on what? Heads of argument on what? Because we are still under the examination in chief of this witness.
Yes.
This witness has not submitted any heads of arguments. We're not addressing the court. We're not bringing any submissions before this court. We're on the examination in chief of this witness. Unless if the heads of arguments are part of the evidence of this witness.
My Lord, a question has arisen as to the admissibility of certain evidence, and the state is now, there's been an objection. The state is now seeking to persuade the court to admit that evidence. And that is the reason why, my Lord, we have prepared heads of argument to motivate as to why this evidence should be admissible. This is the long and short of it, my Lord.
Yeah, my only worry is when you produce those heads and before your colleagues look at
Yes.
them,
Yes.
you want to address saying no, they will read later.
Okay.
Because reading them might even empower them to even interject as you address. So to eliminate the element of ambush, finish them with the heads, indicate how we will be embarking onto that stage of the trial and what the objective is. Because it's now 1 minute
to 3 years.
to adjournment.
Yes, by all means, my lord,
It will, I think it will call for answers if we want to compact this into the 1 minute against a call for them to look at the heads. It will look as if it is really intended for them not to see them before you address court.
by all means, my lord, we'll finish them with the heads now, and we can argue the matter tomorrow. As a
As the
court
court
please.
business, my lord.
As a court, Mrs. Lord, I'd like to make a request, Your Lordship, with due respect. I think we tried to clarify it. The state talks about
I can't hear you.
the state talks about the heads. The heads emanate from where? The state maybe should have made whatever application they want to make, then they prepare their heads. Finally, with the permission of the court, I'd like to request the state to request the witness before the court tomorrow to come with his flight ticket, because I have questions emanating from that as a court basis.
Agree, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi, you've heard what Mr. Towan is saying. We will supply them with the heads, but there are questions already. Heads towards what and things like those. I think we'll deal with that matter first thing tomorrow.
As a court pleases, my lord.
The court hasn't postponed yet, my lord.
The accused me, right?
So remember first.
This case is postponed with the accused in custody. It's postponed overnight to the 15th of September 2020.
Cha sehlisela kusasa ke ngoba kuyi-15 kaSeptember kuwona lo nyaka.
Mr. Mandala is born to be informed tomorrow.
Kube khona ke mfethu kusasa uyezwa ka inkantolo iqala ngo-10.
My
Understood,
lord,
my lord.
I think it also needs to be put on record that the defense requests the flight ticket before we resume with our cross-examinations. That the defense be provided with a flight ticket for the witness before we resume with our cross-examination.
As a court pleases, my lord, I don't see the relevance of that, but we can hear from our learned friends what is an unusual request. I don't know what the traveling arrangements have got to do with the witness, but we'll just hear what the reason is why they want to see the air ticket.
This is the flight in 2014. Was in 2014.
Yes, I think they're referring to the flight ticket of Monday. Of Monday, my lord, just
This Monday.
yes, the 12th. The court will recall that the witness wasn't here on Monday, and we had to adjourn until Tuesday. Now they say they want to see the
Yeah, maybe
the
they will
air
convince
ticket.
me tomorrow.
Yes.
We had issues with this witness,
Yes.
which I understood to be linked to issues of safety.
Yes.
Hence he is reluctant, the way I was misunderstood.
Yes.
I don't know how that becomes relevant, but I will get tomorrow before I can make an order for him to produce or not produce.
As a court pleases, my lord.
So, my lord.